Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not flat. Oh. Hi. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. Hi, Solar. Hi, Wo. Hi, Dragon. Hi, Level. Hi, Kian. Hi, Harmonica. Hope you are doing good. Hi, Zeal. Oh my god, more Cobalt friend. Look at that. Hope you are doing good. You coming to firm this year? Yes. Oh, is that brain pet? Brain pet? Hmm. Wait, let me change. You know, I love pets, but maybe not the brain pet. Yeah. When you come, I will reach KL at December 6th, 11:35 a.m. A little bit early, so I might just stay at the airport for a bit until it's time to check in. But I don't know. Oh, I'll see what I can do actually. Anyway, as the title suggests, I had been planning this for a little bit. I am also very scared that I might not be able to deliver. But I'll try my best, definitely. So, in case you guys don't know, right, I'm doing a bit of a fundraising, you know, for not only for the bills and loans for next month. Actually, yeah, it's mostly for bills and loans next month. So that's why I'm doing this, right? So I have a little bit of I forgot to post this. Let me post to my Beasky. My Beasky. Okay. I posted to my Blue Sky. Around that time, also reaching KL. Nice. December 6th, let's finish Independence Day. Heck yeah. Bills, who has those? I thought everyone has those. Anyway, so, oh, did I remove that? Oh, shit. Ignores. Doll. Here, I need to find this. I'm just gonna make it be the source, it's fine. And there we go. I don't know how big that is. I cannot really see for some reason. No, it's not that bad. 150, that's euro, right? For the surgery and 50 euro for the extra day I had to stay. Oh shit. I mean, it is still a big amount of money, kind of, right? Yeah. Also, oh yeah, I found it. Oh my god. It's manageable. Good to know. So long as it's manageable, yeah. So, like these days, my bills are manageable, but plus the loan, plus the house loans, it might be a little bit, it's a little bit, so that's why I'm sort of asking for help here a little bit. But of course, I'll try my best to like sort of pay off what I can. Definitely. You have house, my dad's house, because dad passed away suddenly, and the loan is not finished yet. So now it's up to me. Yeah, I'm living in this house. It's honestly at this time of day, it's like the most privilege I can ever have. But it's just the amount of loans I need to pay. It's a little bit. It's a little bit. So that's why I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. I'm working. I also work at the grocery store I'm so lucky that I get to work at grocery store 2 days a week. I found a boss that is so understanding that allows me to work during my off day. Since I take Tuesday and Wednesday off, not streaming, and then I'm just like working over there. At least I have some consistent income, albeit not as much, but it works. Thanks for Kobo. It's also having the money anxieties. Yeah. Delicious. Oh, that was quick. Too fast. Wait a minute. I haven't shown what I'm gonna give yet. Give me a second. Also, oh, don't worry. Right, it's I forgot what I wanted to say. Wow. Oh shit. Thank you, Draken. Also, this one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You get this version of Sniffer. I can essentially just stream like this. Wait. Oh, wait, it almost fits. Wait. Oh, perfect. Oh, it's so perfect actually. Look at that. You can get this version of Sniffer. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, why does it sound like I'm so drunk? I'm not. Oh yeah. A ferret. Oh, that's whoa. Thank you. Oh, okay. That's two. That's two that I need to do. I can do it. Heck yeah. Sniffer. Sniffer. Hi, Tikaka. Welcome. Did my PC just die? No. I didn't open up to. Oh my god, my PC just. Oh, thank God it didn't. Okay, I want to see how scuffed today's stream can be, honestly. Not that I'm intentionally trying to be scuffed. I'm not. But yeah, I'm gonna keep this here. Y'all get this when you. And I don't know if I need to set an amount, but honestly, I feel like any amount should work. Wait, what? Whoa, wait a minute, whoa. Oh wait, it's blocking the fish. Okay, I'm putting it here. Whoa, that's a lot of money. I just noticed, but thank you. Delicious. Oh my god, thank you. I will cry as a self-defense. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. Okay. I will not delay too much since I'm already very late. Here. I mean, Tikaka sent me I believe, a Torku. I can draw Torku, right? Unless you want to draw your, you want your other bolts to have the Sniffer. Oh yeah, also, you guys can send me the reference. I believe I have all of your Discord, right? Yep. Torku is fine? Okay. Torku, it's the Elder Bowl. Yeah, that's Torku. The Elder Bowl. Anyway, I have... Means naps loose and finish. Okay, that's... Now that's mega adorable. There. Wow, I haven't seen this thing. I forgot to open up Huyon. How scuffed can it be? How scuffed can I be? I need to reopen it. Oh my god. But honestly, any amount. I know my title suggests that, you know, 6 or above will get you the thing. But now that I think about it, I feel bad. I want to change the title. Let me change it. Let me change it. There we go. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, I feel slightly better. Oh, I posted on Blue Sky. Fuck. Can I change my post in Blue Sky? I have huge regret. I have big regret. Let me profile. Please tell me there's an edit post here. Oh no, there's no. Is there no edit post? There's no edit post. Oh god. Also, the GIF is not working on Blue Sky. God damn it. I'm leaving it there. It's fine. God damn it. You can delete it and make a new one. No edit in Blue Sky. Okay, I'll make a new one. Just so that I don't... Yep. I'd rather make a new one, honestly. Yep. Here, let me make a new one real quick. Oh my god. Copy this. Delete all. And then make a new post. Biggity buggity boom. Put this one in. Oh, I forgot about the alt text. Kobo does the sniff very fast. Okay, I changed it. That makes me feel slightly better. I just suddenly had like a second, or like, I suddenly just realized me saying that amount. I feel bad mentioning that. No edits yet. I learned it the hard way. Oh, anybody got a link to coffee? Oh wait, just for funsies, okay.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
There we go. I can summon Bernie. Actually, I should probably pin this message, right? Yeah, let me do it. Manually unpinned or end of stream. There we go. I pinned it. I'm a professional streamer. Oh my god. I pinned something. Okay, let me find the files. What's wrong? What was wrong with the amount? I just feel like me saying people need to donate a certain amount to get something. That makes me feel kind of bad. I rather people can just donate any amount, and then I can give back. I can give back as much as I can, right? I feel bad asking for that, above that certain amount. I don't wanna. I feel bad. Okay, so we have 2. This one. See, I'm actually doing this. I have reference for myself, but now I have the line. Right. Wait a minute. Oh, did I just do it raw? I think I might have done it raw. Oh. Yeah, so I just do it raw for this image. I didn't realize. No, I'll keep this one. I'll keep this one as a backup to know how much of a diss should I give. So that's one. Of course, we need this for like the reference, right? The starting point, and I can base off of this draw the other character out. I remember the last time I do the blab one, I'm just doing it raw, which I don't think I'm that good. But I did it anyway. You know, the blab thing. I believe the blab I drew quite a bit. Yeah, I have a few here.
Delicious.
A sealer of beans. Is that Zeal? Oh my god. Zeal, you have a build. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much. Oh my god. Boop. I got booped. Yeah, honestly, any amount gifted, any amount today helps so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, these are a few blabs that I did back then. I did myself, Brekkie, oh, my sister, Edie, Ixon, oh, even Legs, and Merp, of course, and then Merp paid extra to get like a half body. It's like, oh shit. And then Nexus, and then you have the best thing ever, Observe. And then, oh yeah, I have Torku. I feel like I could have done better here. Let's see if this time I can do it better for Torku. I kind of like this one though. Torku amazing. Anyway, so we have this now. Let me see. Let me check this chord. Okay. Oh yeah. Whoa. Well, you have a character, right? Even if you don't have a reference sheet, you can like send. I believe you can just send a character image to me, then I can sort of just do it. Yeah. I believe that's a thing that I did last time as well, and it kind of works. I'm surprised that I can sort of, you know, use that picture and then just like draw it out. Cool beans. Love the Googleos one or Gargolos one. Same. It is to me surprisingly more adorable. But then again, Torku is just adorable. I like the Elder Bolt. No one sees it, but my boot mode has a small blip. Oh. Wait, that's a different. Oh, delicious. That works. That was really fast. Oh, Brian. Thank you. I promise I will not do this I won't do this too much. I definitely won't. It's just a different it's just a bit of a sudden issue today. But thank you. It really helps a lot. It really does. So hi Ixon. Ixon, where are you streaming? How much of a dono? Any amount, honestly. I retract my 6. Ah, I forgot. Oh god. Oh, I forgot to change the Discord one. Get up. Okay. Yeah, any amount, honestly. Hi, Platebringer. $6 ain't nothing. It is a lot, honestly. Thank you. Send you the full image on Discord if you want to see. Okay, thank you. And okay, I see Dragon. Oh, Wolf sent me as well. Okay. And then Zeal. The boop. I think I might be able to do this. The blip. Oh, the tiny blip. I see it. I give a more true game gives to you. I mean, honestly, yeah. Ah, why is the boop so far away? I done it. Hi, Nick. If you need booster paint, especially if it's a group effort, I'm going to throw in my 2 cents. Thank you. How much for 2 emotes? I honestly have no idea. I have the sniffer though. I don't know which other emotes you want me to do. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. Probably the closest thing I have to arrive. That works. I can work with that. It's a very cobalt what do you call it again? Structure. Facial structure. Wow. Hi, numbers. Welcome in, numbers. Oh my god. I hadn't considered sniffer. How much for 3 emotes? Wait, which one are you considering? I only have this one. Wait a minute. Where's my status? Oh fuck. Oh, I found it. Oh yeah, don't scare me like that. Fuck, I thought I lost you. Do not work. Oh my god. Oh, everything is going batshit insane. This should work. This one is still working? Okay. I jail for generous donation. No jail. Okay, so I can honestly just open up this one. I think it's possible to just throw this in as reference. Oh, it works. Nice. Thank you, Krita. I may need to reopen. Okay, it's free on detecting. Good, thank you. I don't know how scuffed can this get. Hopefully not too scuffed. Also, Ixon, I have no idea how much for 3 emotes. I don't know if I said that already. If I did, I'm sorry. Sometimes I don't remember what I said, especially today. I feel very scuffed. I'm just gonna press the plus sign a few times. What plus sign? Where's the pin? The pin. We don't need this anymore. Rip. We don't need this. I need to put reference image. Look at this amazing takan. Oh my god. We have a mating takan. Takan. Wait, no, I think I actually just need here. I just need the haha. It's the level. It's totally okay if you don't get to mine tonight, but if you do and I'm already asleep, can I ask for a big... what? Sorry? A big request. Honestly, I feel okay with that, yeah. Viva la Covolution? But who would give us uppies? Yeah, if we down with dragons, there's no more uppies. The first sniffer. I feel I haven't drawn in a while. I'm a little bit concerned. I see the only images of my bird on Discord. Okay. Sure. But could you give him purple eyes? Oh yeah, definitely. I can do it. Is it digital? Which one is the one that I used before? I mean, I used the sketch one, but I don't think that one is... That one is... Oh, I think I used this one. If I were to look to get a sniffer and a horde emote, how much do you pay? Whatever. Oh, I don't know about horde. I can do sniffer because this sniffer is I done it before, but I haven't done a horde emote. I'm not too sure. I don't even know if I can do the horde emote, to be honest. Okay, how dragon how dragon are we looking at? I didn't think of this. Okay. Oh, I'm using this one. Of course. Look at that. I'm cheating. I forgot. Wow. I'll try to do the best of my abilities. Just don't forget to say I can't give you much help. Oh yeah, no worries. Why am I getting pet all of a sudden? I don't know what happened, but thanks for the pet. Oh man, I cannot.
Hey, hello. Remember to open up the subtitle, Thank you.
Using this for an emote ref kappa.
Using this for emote ref? Which one? Oh, you mean using the horde as an emote ref? But I don't really have a... I shouldn't be using this. You know what? Let me change. I should be using something that's more clean, right? Sorry, give me... I need to get back into doing this. This pencil, or like this tool, reminds me of... Yeah. These are my only forward-facing ones. It's alright. I can sort of like look at this and then I can sort of like see how can I do with the forward-facing one. I mean, this one is pretty telling, isn't it? I just love the scales like that. So how much for a sniffer in the boot? Oh, Ixon want the booty? Gosh, I don't know, honestly. Hey. I should probably... Can I do... Oh, wait, that's not very circular. Or at least it's not as consistent. Oh, so the wrist is a lot easier, but my shoulder movement is not that good. Guess I should practice more. You know, I could just... Fuck it. Okay, why am I doing this? I'm slowly getting back to it. I'm slowly getting back to drawing. It's been a while. I should have do some warm up first beforehand. At least the eyes and... Yeah, get the circle too. Oh man. Yeah, work smart. Yeah. Just give me a price, girl, and give you the money. ah, ah. Efficiency is clever laziness. If you want those two, gosh, Ixon, honestly, just to be honest, I don't know if I can give a price since you know the work that I do is not too great. So, so it's like I don't know. It's really hard for me. Okay, so since level has Dragon has I like that. Oh, I like that. So it's similar. It's actually similar. I love it when it's similar. Also, I'm trying to change my technique a little bit. Well, not too much change. It's more like using a smaller line so that the line art doesn't look too. So the one has this. Stop
underselling yourself. I need Kobo art.
Yeah, because we don't put yourself down. I'll try my best. What if I couldn't go? Oh my god. Do you always start with the eyes? No. I only start with the eyes because I already have like the base. Like I have this one to work with already, like all these outlines I can work with. So it's a lot easier. So I can honestly just like start whichever I want. Oh wait, it looks like this, but I don't think I want that. I think I can also do this similarly. And then, why am I using substance painter technique? I mean, it works. If it works, it works. Don't question it. I for some reason start with the eyes and build up from there. Maybe some windows to the soul kind of deal, but I don't know. Honestly, there's not one way to do art. There's a lot of different ways to do it. If people start from eyes, people start from eyes. If people start from anything else, it honestly all comes to personal preferences, right? Okay, this one. Oh wait, the horn starts from here. So dragon anatomy, the horn starts here, right? Do they? Gibby! I didn't say Gibby. What the fuck? I said do they? Oh yeah. So yeah. So from here, I mean, sort of. My teachers were confused back in school. Even test paper was just etched with eye sketches. Eye sketches. The eye has that. I'm not too sure how to translate that to taking notes. Dragons are horny. Got it. Good. Good note. Good note. I like it. It feels like they don't really have the... What I think is I could actually try and confirm. I mean, Ixon is horny because it's because of a certain thing that's going on. I'm not gonna say what it is. That looks like something else. if I translate that from 这样我往外面开的话，就会往外面开的话，应该就这样吗？Hi, Uncle Board. I feel I just hope I'm not butchering a character, is all. That is definitely not my intention. This. I want to connect this one. Oh my god, why is that so trippy? Kappa Infinite. My computer briefly crashed there. Nifty drivers, what are you doing? Are they being stinky? Are the drivers being a stinker? Yikes. No, I'm keeping that. I mean, it's pretty minor. Does that make sense? It kinda looks like that. Oh no. Oh no. Is this lore? Lore. Lore. I got you. Wait. Oh, it's both front view. I almost fucked it up. I'm supposed to do a few things that show lurk keys. Okay, have a good lurk seal. Would 20 be enough? 3 modes whenever you get time. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's quite a lot. I kind of don't want to make it too flat. Yeah, it's not flat. Okay. It is definitely not flatter. Oh, this is my monitor being 30. Oh my god. I gave like 15. No need to do anything extra though. Oh, I appreciate that. Oh, honestly, I would say this again. Any amount helps. It really does. Like I'm not even memeing. It also helps so much. Any amount.
Delicious.
Thank you. Oh yeah, speaking of 3 emotes, what emotes you want again? Sniffer, Booty, and what? Also, I love how you put the name Exen fired the fucking dragon. Good name, I love that. Ears is from the side. if from the front they don't. This tells me to learn more about dragon anatomy. This is what I get for not learning dragon anatomy. Oh, wait. You can start from here. And then to the cheek. I think you'll be really familiar with it now. You like to get real close to dragons. Genatomy, if you will. Genatomy. Honestly, I would think I'll be really close to, you know, I'll be really familiar with it, but I guess not. I'm surprised. If I can, a sniffer, simple basic cake, okay. And a version of sniffer to be a blush. So essentially, sniffer cake and blush. I should probably write this down. I'll make a new note actually. On note folder. Done. Okay. I might have messed up the ear actually. How does this even work? This one's holding sideways, so. I don't know how this works though. If the cheek is here, right? Does the ear be like... Oh, what if I change this one to be here instead? Let me know where you begin. Go straight to stream. Okay. I'll probably do a few more before yours though. I'll try to follow the coffee notification thing, and I'll start from there. Because this one's like sometimes I feel like me doing 3D art is a lot easier to cheese. To cheese with the proportions and everything. But this one might be a little bit difficult. Since no, wait. Okay, dragon has like shorter face, right? I mean, Kobold looks like this because Kobold has like big face, sort of. I don't know, I'll keep it like this for now. It looks... Okay, good. It has that effect. And the scales from small to big. Oh. Oh, wait, so to me it looks like, you know, this is if this is like the normal head size, right? And then the scale should be around like bumping up from here, sort of. I feel the face could have been better. I'll change it afterwards. I say don't have any art from a front-facing perspective to give you something good to work from. It's all good. I can try to imagine it to be a front-facing perspective. It might take some time, and it might not be very accurate. So I will be sorry in advance. Actually, why don't I just do this? Give me a second. Oh my goodness. The dragon front. This could give me an idea. Oh, look at that snoot. Oh, look at that snoot. that is one snoot. Look at it. I like that. The snoot. This gives me some ideas, right? I just want... Yeah, see? Because dragons have longer lower jaw. So that's why this one is shorter, and then this one is like longer and taper a lot earlier. Goes down. But I'm not gonna do the lower jaw like stick thing. Okay, this one gives me an idea, or like some sort of idea to work with. I don't want to make it too sharp though. But I think it's the problem of here. No. I don't like it to be too sharp. Wait, okay, let me keep it like this for now. For now, I feel like I might change this in the future. I don't know. Anyway, skills. It's fine. It's not fine. I don't know. How do you do skills? Oh wait. It's like... Oh. Is this something like this? I never done skill like this before. Because my version of scales is just not plated scales. I paint scales like see like these kinds of scales. I've never worked with a plated scale before, so I'll try my best. I'm trying. I will try my best to not butcher too much of the character, because I do love. I do a straight line. I could try like this, and then it should be bigger. It should be bigger, and then taper. If I taper... Oh wait, it shouldn't taper that much. Yeah, because this part here is the snoot area, which is being covered up. So all I'm seeing is this part until here, about. Right? Yeah. So I can work with... I feel like I should be able to work with this. Oh, it's raining outside. Oh, so comfy. My idea of doing a plated scale is have this and then connect it from here to here. To have a little bit of like a depth to it. I'm not too sure. Oh, hi Brecky. Look at that. Look at that token. We have more token. I don't know. I... Oh, welcome back, Zero. I'm flying. I want to see the end result to see if this actually works. Because if it does, a new technique unlocked, I guess. Oh, it's raining so heavily outside. I love it. Very, very nice. Ooh. Oh, I mean, I don't know. It looks kind of funny, but it kind of works. I'll keep it like this for now, see if I need to change it afterwards. They're such a good artist. Bracky. But... Okay, yeah, I mean, Bracky is also a really good artist. Yeah. Still love that clap a lot. Because it's fluffy Bracky. Chill vibes. I do love listening to like these kind of stuff. Jazz lo-fi. They're nice. Had a few beans post them in my chat and was like, those are adorable. Braggy's adorable. Right? I might be able to just like follow this one. Oh, it has that, but it's not that sharp. Okay, let me change it. That looks kind of funny. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, thanks for the head. It looks. That looks like something else. How would I do the lower jaw for this one? Also, I don't want. Oh, oops. I don't want. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it here. Okay, there we go. This makes the world looks very slim. I don't know if I like that. Is that word slim? I don't like it. How about this? I feel like slightly longer upper jaw, maybe? Oh, maybe? Maybe? Multiple actually. Oh, funny emote idea. I always love to see you work on your emotes and stuff, Ranky. I just think, you know, you animating those emotes are just amazing. Since I'm not too sure like how to animate stuff. Or maybe I'm just lazy. Heads are impossible to draw. They kinda are. Especially from the front, I have only succeeded with it like twice. That's fair. A lot of it's just getting in the flow. Yeah, and the only time I do the animated emote is... Okay, I like that a lot more, yeah. It's like cleaning a room, you just avoid it for too long, and then it's not too bad. John is just playing so many times to actually get something right. Oh yeah. Oh, when you put it that way, yeah, totally. I see that. Heck yeah. I just do basic animation for mine. I mean, the only animation I do is, you know, the sniffer being one of them. Sniffer, and then you have the tail that I did. Let me see.
Delicious.
Oh. From who? I didn't see. Oops. I'll check it later. Thank you. So I did... Oh yeah, I did Bongo. I mean, Booty is drawn by... Lens. Yeah, and then this tail... The tail emote is definitely one of the most work done because it's like 8 or 9 frames, I think. But then that one is like... I have like a huge reference. So yeah, these are things that I do. Ion A. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ion 8. If you want Sniffer, you can... Oh, could you maybe like Discord me your reference or a picture? Then I can do the sniff for you. Something like this I've been working at. Clip is 24 frames. I spent like 3 days. Yeah, animation is just a lot of work. I have to learn now good night of arting. Thank you. I will do my best with arting. Thank you. You're looking at Booty? Oh, Ion A! Oh, are you Ion A? Oh, thank you. Laveau has big fangs. Those are fangs, right? Oh damn, look at this detail. Love that. So... Oh, they start from way up here. That's me. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing sniffer for those who donated. So if you want, you can send me a image of your character, and then I can do the sniffer for you. Although I may be very slow, so I'll work on this. Like whenever I do art, I'll work on that until I finish them. Yeah, that's okay. No, I like it. I like it. I like it. Just someone outside. Oh, hi, Evie. Let me check if there's someone outside. It's raining heavily. Okay. I went down and then my mama was already taking the umbrella and going out.
You finally awake.
New. Oh, that's a coffee subscription. Oh my goodness. From Sorrow? Oh! I'll send a reference when I'm on my desktop tomorrow. Oh yeah, for sure. No worries. Thank you, Sorrow, for the... That's a subscription. That's a monthly thing, right? Oh yeah, oh my goodness. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Are we ready, Tiara? Ready for what? Wait, say umbrella again. Umbrella? I did it twice. This one looks very funny. Okay, I like it. I like it. I kinda like this one. He says so adorably. Everybody shoots umbrella. yeah, it's a little bit of this. The fangs is not here. It looks like it's here and longer. Oh, wait, I kind of like it though. Maybe a little bit slightly longer than the lower jaw, I feel like. Oh yeah. Oh, it's a little bit awkward. I'll make it a little bit more longer than lower jaw. There, that doesn't look as awkward anymore. Nice. Oh, I hope I'm not butchering your character level. So one thing that I hate right now is I want to change that. That doesn't look right. Feels like it's probably not going sideways, or like not this kind of sideways, but something that was loud. You're doing lovely, Kompo. Thank you, Level. Well, it did nothing. Oh. Oh, did you... Oh. So, funny thing, if you reject and refund, it doesn't work. If you complete all requests, it works like crazy. It's alright. Okay, I actually like this a lot more. You have more points to spend for next blast. Yeah, all the ouch, all the eat stuff, we can slowly build up again. Yeah, I actually like this a lot more. And this one will cover everything. Oh yeah, I love that ear a lot more. Okay. And then now the neck. I mean, honestly, neck feels like it's about right. About. That's not a thick neck, isn't it? Oh wait, I kinda like this one now. Oh heck yeah, I did a dragon. So this one should be similar. The plates. Oh, I can only do one like this. It kind of looks like that, right? Oh, oh, there's a big thunder. Should be fine. You heard it? It's kind of big. Mega beam. Eat breaky must poop. Oh wait. Oh, that's so unique. Wait a minute. So it's that one up, one more spike. Is it here? Oh. It looks like this, and then kind of like it. Oh, right, of course. Spikes. Almost forgot. Should be progressively smaller. And then the smallest until here. One more. I want to add this, but oh heck yeah! Thank you, Saribot. I kind of like it like this, though. Maybe I can do the coloring now, for sure. Spooky. Oh my god, spooky. Ooh. Hmm. Quite a number of spam accounts today. Yeah, too earlier. Yeah, I guess they're fighting back again for some reason. It's all good. So it's this color until the front of Shinu. Oh, it's looking good, by the way. Thank you. Adorable like the boat who drew. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry, I'm gonna cry. I will cry as a self-defense mechanism. She's super adorable. Oh my god. Oh wait, so it's this? Oh wait, that's very interesting. Kenny Sable? With Kenny Sable? Sable? You're an adorable being? Oh my god. Oh my god. Mm. That kind of works, right? And then the black. Ooh, that's kind of scary. Is it? Nah, it's not. It's dragon. Dragon not scary. Must love dragon. Just need the tongue. Oh yeah, the blab, right? Oh, how can I forget about the blab? Oh my god. It's okay. I can add it. I can add that afterwards. Lavo has long forked tongue. I think that's more like it. Oh, this part's a little bit awkward. Okay, now we have the tongue. I should do this one first. This one, right? Oh, I forgot to open up mirror. Wow. Wow. It looks so head empty. I love it. Oh, nice. I'm glad to know you like it. Oh my god. I mean, it is very head empty. And I'm glad it shows. This one. You really need a mirror, you already know. Oh yeah? I need a mirror for self-care. The eat calls to me some nap time, but we'll stay lurking. Okay. Have a good nap, Tikaka. It's 8:30 a.m. No sleep at night. Maybe Elder Bolt works in a different way. I'm working at 5 a.m. Oh no. Yeah, go get Ippy. I saw. Oh. I mean, it looks pretty simple. I kinda like it. The no thoughts head empty one. I think I'll put a border like this one, so that it will show, like it will pop on like people using dark mode on Twitch. And good night, Tikaka.
What a strange place.
How do I do this again? Oh, that's why I need the backup. The backup is to create this one. All right. Okay, wait. I need to copy layer and then paste. Oh wait. Okay, now it's one thing, and then I can select. Oh wait, no. This one. This one. Is this something like that? I think it should be fine. And then grow selection by 6 pixels, I think, or 5. Oh yeah, that works. And it's like covered in so that this one has like a white border. Okay, so on white mode, it doesn't really show. It's not that obvious. But in dark mode, it kinda pops. I think some of my emote have status one, or like the ones that I do. Let me check. Or maybe I don't need that. Does this one not have it? Wait, it doesn't have it. I thought I have it though. Eh? It's there, but it's not. Maybe it's not. It's too thick. Oh, it has it. It's just not very obvious. Maybe I should be making it so obvious? Question mark? Maybe like 4 pixels? I know it's not much of a difference, but I kinda want to just change it. Yeah, I think I like this. Let's save this for now. I need this one. Need to save this one as a PNG. One. So this one. Maybe. Huh? Wanna see something funny? So I was looking in the burp stream. They have a scuffed art redeem, and I may have given all the creative liberty to them. Oh, oh, with scuffed art? Oh heck yeah, always. Oh, oops. Not this one. I believe what I did back then to do the sniffer is something very dumb, but it kind of works. Oh wait, oh shit. Or maybe from shit. Why? Let me try this. More? Okay, wait. Whoa. Oh my god, the huge sniffer. I love how from this to this. Like, might be a little bit too much actually. Okay, wait. Maybe not that extreme. I feel this is good. Try it out in small emote size. Crazy things might look normal. Oh shit, you're right. I believe you. Yeah, because I'm looking at it full size. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I get it. Okay, let me save. That might be a bit much. This one, maybe. Yeah, maybe 193 might be a little bit too much. It's alright. One. Oh my god, why are you like this? Okay, let's try this one. So I'm gonna hide this. I'm gonna make a new layer. And then gonna select OPEC. Open up this one. 4 pixels? I don't get why these exist. Stray pixels? I guess it happens. Okay, good. Very nice. And then if I go to easy animate. Okay, I think that might be a little bit too extreme. too extreme. It looks like it's breaking. Oh my god. Too extreme. The mega sniffer though. Okay, let's change this one. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe like this. Because that was too extreme, right? Let me try like okay. Maybe this one is not too extreme. Yeah. Hmm? Hmm? There we go. Oh, I forgot to mirror. See the scuff dart? Okay. Let me get this done real quick. I feel like it's still a little bit extreme though. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe on small emote it doesn't look as extreme. What's the merp I saw in the folders? Yes. Oh wait, I didn't open up the folder. I think the neck shouldn't move as much. Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, the neck is moving like crazy. Oh yeah, you're right. And the eyes might be a little bit... Okay, I know how to do this. check this out. Oh. Hi, malicious magpie. Yeah, smaller brush size and then just like affect the snoot only. Only the snoot will be affected. Maybe. Oh yeah. The big snoot. It does make the nostril smaller. Yeah, the nostril become like this now. Let's see how this works. Shouldn't they get bigger when sniffing? Oh, you're right, though. Maybe I should liquefy the nostrils first and then make the snoot bigger. Let's try this one first. Oh, so yeah, there's Merp, Nexus, Saxon, E.T., Brecky, me, my sister, Lakes. It's your art at the end of the day, just pointing out anatomical things. Yes, but like I don't want it to be too awkward looking. So suggestions is always nice. Okay. This is too extreme though. You won't really notice them either way in small. And while they're moving that fast, you probably won't notice it, but try the emote size. Oh, I have to make it into an emote though. Can I remove emote on my channel? Go to resize and make it on to resize. Yeah, it looks weird. It looks kind of weird. No. I think in a way, it's too extreme. Yeah. Hard to see. I think I don't want to I want, okay, slightly bigger brush size, but I'm just gonna like tap a few times here. Okay. Yours is slower? Oh, is mine slower? I didn't even notice. Oh yeah, mine is a lot slower. So maybe like but then even if it's slower, I think the change might be a little bit too extreme. I think yeah, the Chinook change might be a little bit too extreme here. Yeah. This one maybe not as extreme, alright? Maybe. Here, go to window and end the timeline. What timeline? Oh, Big Thunder again. The eyes are moving a little bit, but I think this one looks a little bit normal. As normal as it gets, right? It's not too extreme. This one doesn't. Yeah, a little is. Yeah, I mean this one. Mega speed. See, even if mega speed, it doesn't look bad. Oh, weird. It's not bad. Do we want mega speed or do you want both? I'll make both. I know 5 is like super fast. 4 would break, I feel like. No, 3 definitely will break. Yeah, like it's so fast it becomes slow. You know, like fan blade spins. It's so fast that it looks at it spin kind of slow. 1 would probably not move at all. Oh, it moves pretty consistently. Smelling around at the speed of sound. Yeah, it is the speed of sound. So I think 4 is the fastest here. It's like so fast. Like 4 is the fastest without breaking. But too fast. I feel like 5 is a good fast. And 8 or 9 is a good medium. Right? Yeah. I'll do like 1 8. Do you just save it like that? I think you just save it like this, right? Is it gonna like butcher the medium? And then you have the 5. Speed of sound. You know what's how 5 is a good fast. It is. That's how my Assault and Pantry was made, right? Love the Assault and Pantry. And this medium. This is fast. We got them. It doesn't really... Yeah, it's not... It doesn't crush too much of the quality, I feel like. Then I'll just send this to... I'll just send this to read. Upload 2 files actually. Have the medium and speed of sound. Trucken. I don't need this. Oh, this is to make the sniffer. So this is this one. Don't I have like the original file of it? This one's the same. Oh, this is the sketch. Yeah, this is the initial sketch, and then this is the clean 9, sort of. Ah, so I just need to keep this one. Get out. There we go. Cleaner, right? Cleaner. We have the backup line, just in case I need to change something, and the color. Then you have like the sniffer 1, 2. I'll put these 2 down actually. Oh, actually, let's make. Whoa. Oh, I thought you crashed. Wait, I thought you can make a folder. I forgot. Oh, animating in Krita. I think I tried to study it before. By trying to animate the booty. It was really hard, but I kinda did it. Krita animation is great, I think. It's to someone who just started trying to animate in Krita, it's very confusing. But then again, you know, it's just the first time I'm using it, so yeah. Just in time before I gotta go to bed too. Oh, you love it? Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. Thanks again, Lumble. Appreciate. Okay, this scuff. Oh my god. Kobo asked me if I could art the Kobo. Holy shit, Zeal is swole. Okay, next we have who? Let me check. How do I check? Oh, here. Oh yeah, whoa, okay. Hi Zareen. Welcome. I'm not giving a prompt for that. Nah, I mean a swole kobold looks good. We love a occasional swole kobold. Okay, now we have this again, and we can. Okay, whoa. Oh yeah, also have the best EP level. Yeah, I almost forgot. Have good EP. So whoa has this very heckin' cool. Like holy shit. Also, I need to then change this one. This is such a cool kobold, and then they're gonna become this. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, I need the front facing one, so. Right. Whoa, the bean. I'll try. You have a lovely stream, Kobold. Thank you. I'll have a lovely stream. FG Noble Court, weird account to follow me on Blue Sky. Soon to launch VR Chat Luxury World. I'm not even playing VR Chat. Why? Weird. That amount of hashtag, I feel like this account is a little bit dangerous. I'm not too sure. Nan, backhead sniffer? Backhead sniffer? Nan. Oh, speaking of WoW, yeah, I haven't thanked you enough for buying me the game. The game called Atlas. It's a game that I wanted to play a lot, right? So last night, what happened was I received a gift from WoW. And I got this game. Now I can play it. Wow. Thanks again, Wall. That really means a lot. Thank you. Like, I was excited to play it, but it was like 1 a.m. so I had to like go to sleep first. Okay, let me study this one real quick. Okay. This is such a good looking character. I feel like I might butcher it. I'm scared. Oh, that's a really nice horn design. This, I always love like something like this, and then back up. Like especially this part always makes the horn look so cool. Looks so cool. I like it. So other than that, with this very huge eyelashes, I love that. Okay, I think I might be able to do this. Maybe I'll try. Can I crop? Can I crop? Don't think I can. Bring to front, raise lower? Lower. Raise? Center back. Fish Kobo. Sister art you were making? No? Oh, this one has no ears. I mean, the eyes I will not change too much, right? Oh, they're shading. Oh god. So high class. So good. Oh, even the scar here. Okay. Almost missed that. Start from here and then a horn. A set. Set line. Is this one like... Oh yeah, I cannot mirror that one, but it's like a hair strand in the middle. think it's an extreme. Actually, I'll do this. I think cheek-wise is like similar to this one since this is also a cobalt. But because of this, I feel like it's like wait, no ears though. And horns should be a lot bigger than that. Okay, you know what? Horns is like or like wow. I feel it's something like this. It's like super big. Might be too big though. Oh no. Wait, no, I shouldn't be doing that. Because the cobalt has eye what do you call that again? 眉毛? This thing, you know, this thing. What do you call that? Maybe I have to interpret a little bit on my own. We need the head empty, so we still need the eyelashes. We love a head empty eyelashes. For context, I have a system of letting a single person get to choose the game I play on the stream. What was our bean of the month for October, and they're still missing from the wolf beans? Whoa, wall of beans. I'm gonna try keeping this. See how it works at the end. Maybe I shouldn't be adding this. I'll keep the horns like this for now. So problem is I don't know how to interpret from this to this without ear, right? Since this kobold doesn't have ear, and the reference told me that it's sort of no ear but just from horns. Oh wait, this one starts from here. It's at the distinct area. So technically, I can do this. Oh my god, I'm a cheater. I'm a cheater. So this one goes for the neck, and then until here it's something like this. I feel like I'm butchering this character, which I hope I'm not. Oh my god, it looks so dumb. I mean, I guess that's the sole purpose of this emote. Looks dumb. But still. Oh man. Okay. The hair strands, I feel like I should do... Don't think that's how it works. It doesn't go to the snoot level. So only around this. Maybe. And then... I hope that makes sense. So Snoot looks pretty much the same. Hell yeah, we love that. Oh, the kobold has no fangs. So I'll do something similar to this one as well. Oh wait. Mouth. Yep, okay. Does it resemble? A little bit, I guess. I haven't added the ornament yet. The horns, I don't know if I want to add like these things. Wait, that looks kind of cool though. What the fuck? I was just scribbling. Wait a minute, that looks kind of cool. Do I want this? I'm keeping it. That is accidentally cool. Oh wow, wowee! How the fuck did that work? I'm keeping that. So we have this one, which is just at one horn. It's actually covering it. It should appear at around this part. Ooh, so it's one circle. Wait, no. One circle in the middle. I'll make it rather simple here, so it might not be as cool as that. My apologies, but I'll try to make it look as close and as neat as possible. Fish like Goku and they got a huge ass sunfish. That's a ton. Heck yeah. Like Goku indeed. Maybe? I said maybe, it's not Gibby! Oh, Chip! Hi, Chip! Welcome. I hope Chip is doing good. Oh my god. Then we need to add three feathers. I'll try to make it as so cool. Maybe add one at the back. I'll just sort of add like how much you need. uh, I mean, I need quite a bit, but honestly, I'm definitely okay with any amount you donate. Only if you want and only if you can. You don't force yourself. I know I'm asking for a bit of a help, but I also don't want like I don't want to stress people out to like do the donation. Maybe I should. Gecko. Oh no, 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 no. Oh god. Yeah, the face might be a little bit too chunky. Because this one's not too chunky. So what I can do? Here and then goes there, right? I don't know if I was about to say, I don't know if I said I hope you're doing good, Chip. Did I say I don't remember greeting Chip? My brain is all over the place, but thank you. Thank you, Chip. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chip. Oh my god, Chip. Thank you, thank you. That's a lot. That's a lot. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh yeah. I'm still doing the sniffer thing. I finished one just now. So if you're on your own sniffer, you can send me a reference, something like this. I can do it for you. I'm doing it to those who donated to coffee today. So yeah, remember last time I did the blip? This time I do this. Yeah. You can send me a reference of your character and then I can do it. Thanks again, Chip. Not only just Chip, honestly, thanks to anyone who donated any amount. Oh my god. Any amount, anyone who donated any amount, thank you. It helps so much. I'm gonna cry. Only it's not a problem that I only have headshots. I mean, even if just a headshot, it works because I am only doing head. It works. Like even if it's just like a picture, so long as the head is there, I can make this work. Although I will still apologize if I kind of made your character a little bit inaccurate. I'll still try my best to make it look accurate. Ooh, this one is pretty cool. I love this. I love this mix. Oh yeah, also to send reference, you could send it to my Discord or Telegram or Twitch Whisper? Maybe? I think those works, yeah. looks a little bit weird. Maybe this part is too like. Oh, I know this was wrong. I forgot to mirror. Oh no. No wonder. Like this face is smaller, this face is. Okay, Sen, you get to it whenever you feel like. Okay. I want to look. Oh, it's big gator. Also purple accent. Oh, beautiful. I like that. Very nice. Very nice choice of color. Definitely no bias coming from that. Okay, is there like a window? Tools? No. Oh, timeline is animation. Oh no. Oh, that's so messed up. It's so messed up. I may have to do the face over again. Because I don't want to risk like different shapes and it looks weird. I mean, or it looks weird now. And I'll spend some time here. It's okay. Let me fix this real quick. Even the ornament. U shift, otherwise I would have never chosen those colors. Honestly, purple and yellow is like a good combination. And then you can play around with it. It's fun. I feel like this one is too close. Fish in the pot? No toilet? That feels fine? Question mark? Maybe? I mean, this one looks slightly better, I think. Or like just here. I want to... Yeah.
Been so concerned with something.
Oh, hi, Defin. Welcome, Defin. Hope you're doing good. Cozy creators. Art time to be cozy. I love being cozy when I do art. Oh, wait. It should be like... Oh my god, that's a really thick neck. Right, and then this one is... Yeah, I don't need this line anymore. Why? Because the lower jaw is here. Oh, that makes so much sense. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that is pleasing to the eye now. I was like, that line doesn't make sense. Am I misunderstanding something? It's like, yeah, I did. I already draw a lower jaw there, and then I tried to add more like lower jaw lines to it. It's like that the double lower jaw? But yeah, I'm glad I found it. Yeah, I'm doing the sniffer for people who donate to coffee. I finished one. There. Eat the takan. I did the takan. And now I'm doing this. That looks close enough, I hope. It's also like cute Chinook. Oh, thanks for the boop. I missed it. Okay, one of these, and then from Hi, Juno Scout. How's everyone doing today? I'm doing pretty okay. Doing some art of friend. Doing some art for friends. Mondays. I don't like Mondays too. Feels like Monday makes me feel very lazy. That doesn't make sense. It's not straight. It should be straight down. What? Starting my day off slow. Oh my god, the PC is too small. Oh, before I head to it's storming outside. Oh, it is also storming outside here. But still, drive carefully and good luck with work when it comes to that. Very awkward angle. Oh, hopefully this part doesn't look too bad. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, that looks alright. I think that looks alright. Maybe. This part I don't know. Like, perspective wise, I'm not too sure how to implement this to this. Alright, this is this is what I see. I don't know if it's very accurate, but I think this might do, right? I think this might work. If Wall, are you here? Just wanted to make sure that if you're okay with your cobalt looking like this, is it alright? Is there anything you want me to change or something? Sonic? I assume that's a thumbs up because of Sonic. Yeah. I want all the characters I draw to be dorky and adorable. Yeah, I mean even the dragon could be adorable, like this one, adorable dragon. If that's a thumbs up, I'll try to do the coloring. What do you mean even? I don't know. Dragons are adorable? True. Always, forever. Okay, so I have a bit of a conundrum here. To me, I see lower jaw is this bright color. Upper base color is this. Snoot color is this. Because it's shaded, so it's really hard to like gather the color, right? Oh, I forgot about the scar. I can just throw it in. It's a texture. So yeah, to me, 3 skin color, 3 skin tone. This one, lower jaw. Shoot. Horns, I'll keep it 1 color. Eyes is this one, and then darker. Right. So that's what I see. There's no really like a color palette that I can choose from. So all I can see is the color I see, right? So I'm not gonna do shading like this. This is too amazing. This is a really good art. I bow. And hope I'm not butchering it. Okay. But yeah, this is what I see. Just color pick and hope. I guess. I forgot the mirror again, did I? Dragon's adorable, but not me. No, I think Serene is pretty cute. Because to me personally, all dragons are just adorable in my book. Probably it's because my inner kobold is speaking, but hey, all dragons are adorable. I love all of them. Well, only a specific some that I will pick out. You know, some like drama attention seeking dragons out there. It's out there, right? I've seen some, and it's sad. You know, oh, welcome! Oh my god! Sniff, sniff, sniff. Oh. You sniff? Oh my god! Hi Ixen, hi Raiders, hi Thunder Moglin. Welcome. There's a lot of sniff going on. Hi. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Also, you know, appreciate right now if I could work from home. Oh, I also don't like working in my grocery store clerk. Oh, thanks for the follow, Thunder Moglin. So let me do this. What were you playing? What were you playing, Ixen? Farming Simulator 22? Nice. I saw levels that looks like and cute. Yeah, there. I like that too. How was Farming Simulator? Hopefully it was heckin' fun. You finished the roller coaster in Silver Run? Oh! Oh, two different games, right? And then when statue hunting, Silver Run map. Oh, so it's Farming Simulator, but it's different map. Oh, okay. Because everyone know Farming Sim has a roller coaster. I didn't know that. How is Farming as a roller coaster? Also, oh, I never say welcome in Raiders. Welcome in Raiders from Exon. I'm Tiora. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. And I do art on some Thursdays and Mondays. Hope you are doing good. If you need any post-stream care, go do those. Very important. Get some food, get some drink, get some snacks. If you want, get some EP. Very, very nice. Yeah. Loves dragon bits? That too, yeah. 100%, definitely. Heck yeah. I'm working on the second Chinifa. Oh, did I mess up here? Oh, I just didn't do it. Okay. We need a ref for my com, or can you do it from memory by now? I don't think I can do it by memory. But I do still have your ref. I mean, you sent it to me on Discord before, right? So I could just take it. I'll steal it. No one will ever know. If you know, you know. I couldn't shout though. Get stolen cutely? Heck yeah. This kobold steals. This kobold steals dragons, shinies, and rocks, bricks. Bricks are good. Have you tried crunching them? Eating them? Holy shit. They have such good texture. They don't necessarily taste good, but that texture alone, to die for. Don't actually eat bricks, by the way. It's a joke. I'm a kobold. Oh heck yeah, look at that delicacy. The brick. A brick to the cake. Oh no, I messed up. Sausage to the butt? Sausage to the butt. Kobo so hacking diligent? No. If Kobo is diligent, I think people wouldn't be waiting for the model to be done, you know, like the 150k redeem. I haven't finished Jade's one yet, it's been so long. Man, I need to do it. Done. I feel like every Thursday I'll work on 3D model, and then now Monday I'll keep working on the sniffer for now. You know, for people who donated today, until I finish the, you know, until I finish the people who donated, then I can start doing 3D models again. We pick an in-between here. Is that why the shoulder arm sculpture is temporarily unavailable? Yes. Because I can only take one at a time. I want this color. Hi, Drug6. Welcome, welcome. I assume this is the same-ish color, the back here. It's because it's behind and they're shaded dark. So I assume it's the same color for the band here. Totally doesn't have enough to redeem it twice. See, Kobo is not diligent at all. I'm so lazy. I take this one. Oh my god. But yeah, being so careful to not miss things with this art. This is diligent, maybe? Gonna go work, Stanley, so happy rest of the stream. Oh, good luck with work, Chip. Thanks for stopping by. And thanks again for helping me out as well. Thank you. Good luck with work. So, okay. This color is reflected light, so I assume it's same as this one. It's reflected the light on the feathers, so that's why. Oh. They might have patched it throwing a billion things at you. I just tested with 5 throw redeems I did earlier by completing those. Oh, they patched it out? No, that's no fun. Can't believe it. It was a comment I enjoy spamming that too. Sadly, it's not. This one looks like just shaded, so I'll keep it like the same color. No boop, no hug, no hood. Mini boop.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
Okay. Oh, yep. Ah. Yep. Caw. So many caw. Yep. Boop the milky Kobo. Milky Kobo. Uh-oh. 那这样我就可以讲华语了呢。华语的 yip 还是 yip， 一样的 yip， 都是 yip。哎呀，变大了，变大。Mati lah aku. Oh. Ni 时候啊 ，maximum 键还是很好玩的。 masterpiece。我觉得我好像不应该画这个线。哎呀，惨了，这样就有点小尴尬了。应该
问题不大吧？我觉得。这不是黑色的这个，算了，其实可以它算它黑色呢。我把这个画下去先。I'm gonna hang off. If you need me an hour at all, message me, Kobo. Okay. That goes for any time too. If I'm not in stream, I'm probably distracted and just a short DM away when you need a mod. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Evie. That makes me feel safer. 感觉良好。可以。I'm still here. Doesn't really work when I'm also getting ready for bed. It's fair. It's fair. I was thinking I had to tell you that earlier when I was out eating dinner. All I could think about was making sure stream is well behaved. I'm sure. I'm sure my chat is pretty much well behaved. Only like like spam bots and shit, or like trolls. I don't really engage with them. I'll just like ban them immediately. Like lazy. Whom's this? Inila. Whoa. Yep, it's still WoW. I'm working on WoW still. I know I'm slow. I'll try my best still. So, Schnoot color. This should be the Schnoot color. It was so zoomed in. Yeah, I have to like do some small detail. Yeah, but like if I'll go away and get uncomfortable or stress, you can call us. Let's make a ruckus. That goes for the entire snoot, actually. G secrets. We love the G. 你说 G， 我不知道为什么讲 G 一下我就会笑啊，沟里的时候。下面到井，从这边开始。Auto clicker. What song is this here? It's called Haruko Sunshine Boulevard. No, I like that one. Play again. Play it again. Oh yeah, it's the mix for coffee to go. I pressed the wrong button. Don't open up the ZBrush. It's gonna destroy my PC. God damn it. Well, I guess that just happened. No, don't destroy my PC. Oh, yaki piki. Huh? Okay. You know. Oh, Merp, hi! Hi, Merp. Oh my god, more couple. Okay, doing good, Merp. today is like mega comfy. It's like it's storming outside. I'm listening to like lo-fi jazz. I'm arting. It feels really good. Also, I hope you're doing good, Merp. Yep. All the yips. Yippee. Peak cobalt hours? Heck yeah. Alright, so
Yip.
yip.
Chicken nuggy.
Chicken nuggy. Chicken nuggy. Okay, why am I doing this? Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Yep. We got two tiny yips. Did I just hear as one of the yip noises? Yep. There's a bunch of kobolds in there. Lots of kobold friends. Ooh, wait, that almost worked. Good enough. I'm not there, so I'm not a kobold friend. I see you with this. No, it's not bad. And then would you send a kobold noise to me so that I can put it in? I'm not either, but you're a dragon friend, unless you want to yip. So no, I'm sorry. That's not my intention. I also accept yips from fellow kobold for my own yip redeem. Heck yeah. I have Tira starting my stream too. I have one I use for a kobold cascade redeem. You could send me that one and I can put it in. Yeah. I'm not missing anything, am I? I think I have to go borrowing my cross set for the good microphone to make a new one. Every yipper in my redeem gets credited, of course. Oh, I didn't credit them. Oops, my bad. No, I'm bad. I'm thinking I'm fading. I don't know if you have any sort of ref of me. A ref for me, but I'm hoping, and if not, Telegram stickers are close enough if there are 2 around. Didn't you have... Okay, wait. Excellent, wait. Give me a few minutes. Nixon, you sent me this too, right? It's a hacking cowboy. Hi, Lex. Hacking spooner? Oh my god. I don't want to expose you, right? No. It's like it should be common courtesy to credit assets that's not made by myself. So it's not trying to expose you or anything. It's just that I just realized. And a Tekken and another couple. Oh yeah, I didn't know if I sent those or not before. Those good. Those very good. Okay, so I'll work with these then. I should be able to work with this. Although the appearances are a little bit different though, Exon. This one looks very biomechanical. But this one looks like a normal Tekken. Tekken. I'll work with it. Tekken. I don't think I'm missing anything here. This should be fine, I hope. This blue background is the one I made. The black background is an artist's take on Schnoot. Compared one of the Schnape looks sexiest. I trust you. Oh, okay. I'll try my best. I think, yeah. I don't put the eyeshadow since this eye is open up like to the maximum, so I didn't. On the third PS, I'll choose the third PS. Wow. Oh, damn, I forgot. Hi, Lex. Hope you're doing good. Oh, I did. I don't remember. Oh. Welcome. This time you put your channel points when there's so many. Someone may or may not have. Oh, I forgot to put. Wait, I just realized I forgot to put the redeem of the Fimsh. Oh god, the Fimsh. Oh, the Fimsh is still here. Oh, thank goodness. I didn't put into notes. Oh, thank god. So I don't know who, but someone refunded all the points. Refund all put on. So that just happened. Yay. More points to bully the couple. Okay, so this is... Oh, oh. There was a huge eat. He If 150k? I'm sure a lot of people has. Okay, so I need both of these. Turn to 30k. Yoink combo off screen milk, sir. Yo. Okay, I'm still going through NNN. Oh, Brian should have a lot. Like a lot. So now I have this. Oh wait, I forgot to save the first one. Oh, wait, this is the first one. Okay, so I'm right. What I'm gonna do now, new layer, go down, and then select this one. Oh, there's gonna be so many stray pixels. And then grow selection 4. I think it's not obvious, it's fine. Yep. Oh, hi Scar. I'm being smooched by Turkin. Well, now I'm jelly. I got no smooch from Turkin. Fish like egg. You get some fish. I'll better you get Scar. There. Oh, I got smooch. Thank you. Yes, smooch is coming. Okay, so now we have this. Choice way. We have backup. I need. Oh wait. Sniffer. This is one. Then we need to copy this. Maybe. Let me try this one. Oh wait. Oh wait, I'm dumb. Oh, Smooch Ferret? Hell yeah. Okay, might be a little bit extreme, this one. Maybe not too extreme. It might be a little too extreme. Let me change it. Oh, that looks so good though. Mine looks a little bit cursed. Oh, maybe I shouldn't be using Liquify. It looks like they only liquefy for a bit, and then the entire picture moves. I mean, what's a mound? Ooh! Orb? Actually, orb? I will look at it again. Oh my god, it's perfect. Orb. Oh, you hold control for reverse. What's wash? Oh, that's weird. I don't know what that is. Oh, hey, I got 144.3. This capture is almost mine. Breen, hi, Breen. I will try to make progress on the sculpture as much as possible. I'm still stuck at Jade's model, so and then there's like already a few people who's waiting to redeem the sculpture. I need to work faster. I know. Oh god. I want that. I don't want to feel rushed. No, it's not that I feel rushed. It's more like I need to kind of I need to work on the models and not procrastinate too much. That's what's happening. No, I forgot again. I hope this is not too extreme. The entire body moves. But I think I kind of like this though. I kind of like when the entire thing moved a little bit. Hyper sniff. wait, this is sniff overdrive. Sniff overdrive. Heck yeah. What do you think? Well, if it's okay, and then gonna stiffen up. Does it go even faster? If it go faster, it's gonna like break. Like 4 is the fastest I can go. If it's 3, then it starts to have like the too fast becomes too slow kind of situation. Oh man, this sniffer is so good though. I'll make a hyper speed, a hyper overdrive sniffer. I assume that's a thumbs up one. Okay. I kind of like it. The design of this combo is really good though. You need a monitor that supports 500 FPS to see the ultra sniff. Oh wait, that's why? Whoa, sniff. Overdrive.
Why you bullying me?
And then the normal one. Whoa, sniff. Medium. Done. Whoa! Milk's extra hard. Hell yeah. Okay, let me send this to you. I hope it's good enough. Thanks for helping me again. Sniffer. Oh, the pet. Oh my god. Nice. We did 2. It takes 4 hours. So about 2 hours, 1 hour, I guess. Close enough, right? Let's see. Next one is Tikaka. I might do like 2 per stream, if that's okay. I kind of want to do like 2 per stream. Let's see, yeah. So, I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 7 more. And from here I know I have Tikaka's ref. I have Zeal's ref, I have Brian's ref, Ixen's ref. Ion's gonna send them tomorrow, they said. And Zoro, Napalm, I don't have them. and I have chips ref. So sounds good to me, yeah. Am I on the list? Oh yeah, of course. Oh yeah, Merp should be on the list. Yeah. There. So 8 more then. I do a reference sheet though. If you have a picture of your kobold, I should be able to make it work. Image champion reference sheet. Just like a depiction of your character is good enough. Yeah. So long as you have like head, I can see the head and I can work with it. I mean, I can kind of work with a side view as well just now. I'm surprised too. Like I was working with Reed's dragon, so I was working with this one, right? And then I was like, oh, it's kind of all side view, but I can sort of like, well, not all side view. This quarter view says a lot, so I can make it work. So yeah, honestly, if you have like a good side quarter or like just like depiction of your character's head, then I can make it work. I'll say your way. Okay. Replace Tear Shiny with cookies? What? No, my shinies. I'll cry. I'm gonna cry. Oh yeah, I can definitely work with that. And then let me check. Ryan's friend Ryan, that's a great black great-tailed grackle. Per the image on the left, he doesn't have traditional hands and uses his wings to manipulate objects. Well, I'm okay with that. I mean, my cryptid uses that as well. I was also hoping to give him perhaps some. That's totally option. Oh yeah, I can totally work with that. Oh yeah, I can totally work with that. Okay. Doesn't seem too difficult. So. Oh. oh, you already have the emote. Nice. Good stuff, bro. Oh, let me react to that as well. Hyper? Heck yeah. Overdrive. I'm glad you liked it, Wolf. So yeah, I feel like I'm gonna do... Yeah, I'm probably just gonna do like two per week. Might be a little bit... I'll see if I can work on that off stream. It's so less likely though. I'm so tired. Like I'm so tired constantly when I'm not streaming. I hope it's not too slow for me to work on it like 2 per week, especially when it comes to like December 6th I have to fly to KL, right? December 6th, and I'll fly back at December 10th. So I mean, because I'm at KL, so I would definitely not be able to stream that. Let's see, 12月6号, so from Friday to Thursday. And I'll stream again here. I don't know if I want to stream on also 2 Tuesdays, right? And then I'm probably not gonna stream on that Thursday then, because I have like flight anxiety. I need to like prepare or like keep checking, or I'll feel like the feeling where you feel like you forget something. Yeah, sometimes it is hard to set any schedule, right? It kinda is, but so far I've been sticking with my schedule where I stream from Thursday to Monday every week, and it kind of works. Even though even though I say I'm gonna start streaming at 12 p.m., where I usually start streaming at, sadly, it's 12:30 or even 1 sometimes. I'm not punctual. I know that feeling, Tira. That feeling of forgetting is my entire life. That feeling of forgetting is my entire life. Yeah, it's really rough. I don't suffer from it as much from other stuff, but when it comes to preparing for a flight, that is when my anxiety kicks in. It's like, oh shit, I'm probably missing everything. Like, oh no. Right? It's mega scary. And it's more scary when it comes to like, there's like a life-changing thing that I need to definitely bring with me. So diabetes, right? I need my insulin injection equipment, right? So I cannot not bring it. If I didn't bring it, touch wood, but death is actually possible, right? If I didn't bring it, so I need to definitely bring that with me and bring enough insulin for it as well. So yeah, very scary. It doesn't help with my anxiety too, but it's something. They are too cute and sweet. Gave me diabetes. Oh no. No, I'm not trying to give people diabetes. 10 out of 10 was squeeze again. Okay, I mean squeezing is good, but no diabetes. Yeah, I mean I might actually work 2 per week, and if possible, I'll try to work on it off stream as well. I'll try to, right? If I can, definitely. But I gotta say though, whenever whenever I have the chance to relax, I don't really do art most of the time. I usually just play games. So I'll try. I don't want to drag this one for too long, but I also feel like if I do more than 2, I feel a tiny bit of squinch. I never really thought about the insulin part. I've always loved flying, but never had to worry. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Heck yeah. I get a little bit jealous sometimes when people don't have that. It's not because of my insulin thing. It's more like in general, the anxiety kicks in because I thought I'm forgetting something. I think it's more like that. Kind of jealous when people can, fly without worry. Good on them, honestly, right? Listen to me, like, I'm not trying to like, what's the word again? I don't know. No, I want to express something, but I don't know how to say it. I give up. I want to express it, but I don't know how to express it. Fuck. I've flown once with a school trip to the capital. The airline was offering cheap tickets, and I had 2 disposable cameras. 60% of the pictures were from the plane window. Oh, I just don't worry because I'm not probably forgetting something. I'm definitely forgetting something. But not having insulin, it can't be something I can't live without. Oh yeah. Like even just forgetting about. Alright, let me change. Fish money, I want money. I want money. Tiny bald. I mean, just thinking about if I'm missing my wallet or my phone is already making me feel like that kind of feeling. I didn't even pack for my deployment until like a few days prior. And then was to, whoa, oh my god. You want money? Yeah, but you already gave money. I mean, I always want money, but I want pause? Nah. It's always I can just get one when I get there, or guess I'll go without them. This third collect paws. Don't, but my paws should stay intact with my hand. I also get goosebumps if I feel I'm missing something. Yeah, it happens. And I truly get that feeling. It sucks. Hated that feeling. But honestly though, like, today has been amazing. I know I'm sort of just like, I'm sort of just asking for money here. But I really appreciate those who even consider helping. From someone? Yeah. Oh my god. Thank you. Yeah, honestly, really appreciate it. I forgot to enter a name. It's all good. At least, I mean, you said it's you, so I know. Go by for question. What's the question? Which I could by time, and my father's birthday is very close. Yeah, it's all good. Honestly, just only help if you can. I'm serious, right? Don't stress about it. Alright, just like even the thought of like considering helping this kobold right here is already like, whoa. It's already like, whoa to me. So yeah, just only help if you can. Please don't stress yourself. Hi Nexus. Huh? Oh my god, Tekken. Hi. Hope you're doing good, Nexus. Welcome. We have more Tekken. How much is it for a sniffer? Any amount you're comfortable with donating, it's fine. You know, be it like even just 1, 2, 3, both work. All of them works. Yeah. Any amount you're comfortable with, honestly. Nexus and his weapon of choice, brick. We love bricks. And bricks are neat. Again, good texture and good crunch on the brick. Very nice. We love bricks. I like chomping on bricks. Then I, as a dragon, release you to go collect bricks. No, I don't go collect bricks. I eat them. I just walk around and see bricks and I just take it. And then chomp on them. Oh yeah, let me save. Oh, don't forget to save this Clarita file or I'll shit my pants. There we go. I love how it's like Dag spinning up bricks. The cake. Why is my cryptid crying though? Why is that crying going on? This one. Let me put. Oh. Oh my god, it's too bright. It's too bright. There we go. Okay. It's getting its cake by. It's getting its cake attacked by bricks. You would cry too? Okay, I would cry too. Unless it's a different kind of attack, then I probably wouldn't cry. If there's a different kind of attack, wink, wonk, wonk, wink. 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 Sorry. Not sorry. Fish the sun back. I mean, the sun didn't appear for like the whole day today because it's storming outside. Oh yeah, so many people are playing Atlas. I want to play Atlas as well. I might play Atlas off stream if you don't mind, but I also might stream it on Sunday. I don't know. I might play off stream. If I have money, I buy for you. Oh, well, Wo bought it for me. Which, thanks again, Wo. Yeah. Oh yeah. I can play Atlas. I can be a kobold. I can be a menace to the society. Yeah. I'm gonna play it off stream. I honestly wanted to play it now, but I feel like I want food.
Delicious.
Oh. Next. Ah, oh my, oh my god. Break. Oh, break. Oh god. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Okay, so we now at Nexus. The stack grows. If the stack grows more, you know, I'll be a lot happier. But I cannot ask for much. This is already so much. Thanks again. Thank you all. I sincerely thank you all for helping me today. Like, holy shit. Any amount, it helps so much. Thank you. I mean, honestly, I'm gonna be honest here. Like, these money will not be able to go through. Like, I don't think I can improve my stream quality, especially for these years because of like the amount of loans that I have to pay. So these are gonna go to like pay off the bills and loans and stuff. So thank you. So someday I'll try to improve my stream as much as I can, right? But for now, the stream is probably gonna like keep it like this. But I'll try to like improve whenever I can, alright? I think the most expensive like accessory that I bought is this Leap Motion controller. I bought it for like 700 or 600, I think. They can improve my banning. What? No, why would I ban a dragon? I feel you there. It happens, doesn't it? I should probably make a list. More notes. Let me go get notes. Notes. New text document. Sniffer list. So the list goes from and then to and then to Cobalt Seal, and then to Brian, and then to Vixen, Vixen wants Sniffer Booty. And I think I'm gonna say like booty shake. Here we have Ion Agenda. And then we have Sorrow Napalm. And then we have Chip. And then we have Nexus. Okay. It's good to set up goals even if you don't know when you're gonna reach them. At least a goal will actually drive me to work slightly harder, I feel like. Probably, maybe. Brick. Fishful of bricks. All the bricks. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do 2 today, and I'm probably gonna end the stream here, and I'm gonna go get some food. Yeah, early food today. So honestly, like, thank you all so much for even considering, and even more to those who actually donated and helped me with all the stuff that I've been going through. Thank you, really. I huge appreciate, actually, right? Huge, so big. Seems the fundraiser was successful. It's a huge success. It is a huge success. I was thinking like maybe I can make like an extra like 20, 30, then it should help more. But what I got was like I think that's at least 150 or 160 over there. Oh my god. Yeah, thank you all so much. Seriously, it helps so much. Thank you. I can just not think about the loans and bills for next month, I feel like. My goodness. Thank you. Although I know the money that you guys gave me, and then I just used it to pay off like loans and bills, might be a little bit selfish because it's my own personal problem, but you know, like, I couldn't do much. Thank you. Seriously, thank you all. It helps so fucking much. It really does. So yeah, thank you. I've been smooched. Yeah, honestly, big money. I mean, we do the support, yeah. It's no shame to ask for help if it's needed. Yeah, I also don't want to like keep asking, because you know, me doing stream is not trying to like ask for money from my Twitch viewer, but I'll only do this only if I truly need some help. But if not, if I can like manage with my current savings and stuff, hell yeah, I'm just gonna have fun with streaming. Only this month it's a little bit because I missed the Twitch payout thing, because I didn't stream as much this month, so I didn't get it. That's why I kind of need a little bit of help. So again, thank you. Everyone deserves to survive. Hi, Paranoia. Honestly, yeah, everyone deserves to survive. Oh, but then again, there are like bad people out there. No Ember Isle today? Nope. Thursdays and Mondays are art day. Hi, Snowwolf. And then all the pets. Oh my god. Online friend, partner, neighbor, or real life best friend. I will always help Kobo when I can. Oh, thank you. Also, I hope you're doing good, Paranoia. Imagine being able to manage without pandering for monies. Paranoia is saying that because he died in my... Alien Dark Descent. But it's true. Yeah. That sentence, true. I know what you mean. Yeah. It's because I'm an anarchist ding dong. I assume that one is toward green or something. 那其实我现在如果讲华语的话，你们全部就是裂开了。我跟你讲，我讲华语的话，你们全部完全听不懂我讲什么呀嘞，是不是？我没有这样坏啦，我也不会完全讲华语啦。有时候重要的东西呢，我就用英文讲咯。像这些不重要的东西，我就没有什么，没有什么要讲英文的事情了。Only when I try to talk about something that's kind of important, then I'll switch back to English for a little bit. Yeah. 8 minutes to talk another language. Well, yeah. I mean, sometimes speaking Chinese during streaming, it makes me feel a little bit more comfortable. I feel like, since it's like my mother tongue, and I feel more comfortable speaking my native language. No, as a Cina person, I'm Cina. Saya orang Cina. So yeah. Redeems for comfortable speech. To speak German or Spanish? Achtung! Achtung! Signalis. There was a lot of words in there was a lot of German words in Signalis. I don't remember. I only know Achtung. Spanish, I truly have no idea. What was Spanish? Yeah, Achtung, Achtung. It's so good. It's so good. Actually, you know what? Since I'm currently like talking with chat, I feel like speaking Chinese would not be a good idea. Here, let me refund that. So you're also bilingualisms? Bilingualisms? I didn't know that's a word. I speak a few languages because in Malaysia you're gonna speak. You need to speak Bahasa Malay. You need to speak Chinese. You need to speak English. It's like multiracial country. You have like Chinese, you have Indians, you have like Malays, and you have to live with them. And then sometimes people can only speak Malay. Kalau macam ini saya mesti nak cakap bahasa Malaysia, right? Then if you see someone who can only speak Chinese, then you're gonna speak Chinese with them, right? So it's like a living condition in Malaysia where you need to learn to speak these languages. Although to be honest, my weakest language my weakest language is Bahasa Malaysia, since I don't really learn as much. So yeah, I mean, of course you have all these sub-Chinese that I'm not gonna talk about sub-Chinese because holy shit, there's so much. Does Kobo speak calculus or Python or Java? Nope. Nope. Could you speak or understand just a little bit of French? Nope. French is non-existent in Malaysia, so that's why. We have no class to learn French. No one speaks French in Malaysia because it's not a language in Malaysia. So I have zero knowledge on French. Good, Java is evil. Why is Java evil? Didn't Minecraft use Java? No? I thought for sure that Minecraft uses Java. Yeah, I mean, let me see who's streaming. Oh, I see someone streaming. Oh my goodness. I saw a certain Pokemon is streaming. I think you misspoke. Nobody speaks French. It's the right spot to end that sentence. Really? But then don't they say something like, like in when I'm playing Tekken 8? I refunded that because I'm talking directly to chat, and I don't think speaking Chinese where no one understands a thing is a good idea. But I'm gonna speak Chinese when when I'm playing some games or doing some art or like not directly interacting with chat. Oh yeah, the French thing, right? When I play Tekken 8 and then whenever I fight against like Victor or Lily, they speak French, and then Victor will always say like Shari or like baguette and then he has the ooh la la and then you have the hong baguette right? I don't even know if those are offensive. The French word for wand is baguette. Baguette. Baguette is cool. I never had baguette. And then didn't they say like baguette is so tough that can beat someone up with baguette? And it's also nom nom? Yeah. I heard some people say about like baguette being tough. Ooh la la, baguette? Taking Kobo, what kind of dirty stuff have you been watching? Tekken 8. Blame them. That's sad because your voice is pretty cool to listening. Well, I'm speaking, am I? Baguettes are tasty. They're tough if they're stale. Oh, I see. Okay. So it's like the thing where you should finish it before they harden up, or like finish it within a few hours is like perfect, right? Steve's combo voice for my own. But how do I talk now? I cannot talk. I can just go like and then more Fresh baguettes are tasty. And Steve's cobalt Paul beans. What? My bean? You're a cobalt. You can probably still eat it after it becomes raw. Yeah, I mean, I love a good crunch. Why everyone use the word "Oh la belle baguette"? Guys, you know baguette means more than one signification, like kind of bread or magic one. I can handle stinky paws. I'm not stinky. Sorry, you lost me there. I don't... What? More than one signification than a kind of bread? Well, my knowledge of baguette is just a bread. I don't know anything about magic one. If you want like a Harry Potter, then maybe. Potter. I never watched Harry Potter. What do they have? Like fireball, ice, ice baby. Fish the wood you back. Oh. Is it the shape of the bread that makes it a baguette? I don't know. I to my knowledge, baguette is like a very long bread, right? Very long bread. And then I've saw in a few movie where people can use baguette to hurt people, even in Tekken 8. I don't know if it's Tekken 8 or Tekken 7. Like, you can use the baguette and actually whack people with it. It's blockable, but it will catch people off guard. Fish and random combo. I guess Eagle Ray could be a combo. Maybe. Is the shape of the bread that makes it a baguette? Exactly. So, what's with the magic one? Like, am I saying something offensive by speaking the word baguette? If so, I don't know and I apologize. Because to me personally, I thought baguette is just like a, bread. The word baguette means one baton or stick. That's what Wikipedia said. Oh, not even the bread. And snow. Ooh. What? Then why call the bread baguette? Dictionary, a long narrow French loaf. And then you have a gem, especially a diamond. And the architecture is small building, but this one is not from Wikipedia. This one is just like from dictionary. Smuchko with spaghetti. Because the bread is in the shape of a one baton or stick. I don't know how to say that without to be blocked by the chat or the meaning of baguette. Wait, there's no mute here. Oh, wait, are you saying that the word baguette can also means that the Hitachi magic wand? Are you saying that? I mean, I talk about more kinky stuff here than just the Hitachi magic wand. If so, then why would you? I mean, I wouldn't block you for that. That's why I said. Oh, did you? I didn't know. You kinky couldn't happen? Nah, Roxas. This year's firm is different. This year's firm, I'm going insane. I'm going insane style. Just keep in your mind, some people change the word of eggplant by baguette when they're horny. I mean, you don't need to censor horny. This is 18 plus. This is 18 plus stream. You can say the word horny. It's fine. Yo, Hitachi magic wand. Oh shit. I mean, the baguette is tube shaped. I mean, what? Oh, Harry Potter 1. Oh, we did spend over an hour talking about appreciating thick tails. And I was so oblivious to it too because I was focusing on Tekken 8. Penis bread? No, it couldn't be. Yeah, honestly, maybe not. I don't know about that, man. Also, hi, Roxas. Suck every color again. Wow, no way. But yeah, I mean, it's a. I know I can be oblivious or like dense at times about like these kind of stuff. Like people say magic one, I just think of like, you know, the one that produces fireball and ice baby or something like that. You know, like ice magic. You know. Now I didn't say it, but at least someone typed that word. I guess you're uncomfortable saying the word penis, huh? That's fair. Some people gets uncomfortable with saying stuff like that. I get it. Beep beep. I would say penis for you. Wow. What a very considerate Tekken. We were literally talking about front tail for 2 hours before we had to tell you its meaning. Look, I missed the context, okay? I didn't know about like I was thinking about tails and like, oh yeah, tails are neat. We love tails. Tails are great. Yeah, 07. Right? And then I didn't know you guys were talking about front tail. And then you guys were talking about like milking tails. Like what? And I didn't get it still. It's like who milks tail? Oh my god, the lick. Different. Out of spite, I would call it my front tail and my back penis. Oh my god. I mean, you don't make your tail. But how? I just show. Sorry. We were discussing something about tails, and that's pretty much it. Hi, Lilac. They want to mess up with the context horny by Baguette Tail. Wait, let me read that again. Didn't want to mess up. I'm lost again. Huh? Cute Cope. Oh, hi Astro. Welcome. I have 30k more points. I assume you in front of the whole queue. Someone did, yeah. Someone did. Oh yeah, I should probably show what I did today. My hands. My hands. Rodent squeak. Oh my god. More beans. I'm gonna create a barcode with this. I think that's a barcode. That's a lot. Oh wait, you're right. Holy shit, that's a... Oh no, why am I small? Must have pressed the wrong button. Barcode boat code. Wiggle that boat. Biblically accurate, Tiara. I'm not in the Bible, right? Beep, one super cute combo deluxe edition, 69.69. Hey yo, we love that. $69.69. The expression "the fight of sword." Well, in French we say "ma get s plus durée et plus longue." So I understand English people use that word to describe French people by baguette. But anyway, just change the topic. I mean, I wasn't talking about baguette for a bit, no? I started streaming CS2 stream, but now it's available on my stream. Yeah! Look at the bean! You are being hypnosized. You will listen to the cobalt now. Give me all your shinies. Oh my god. This is originally actually made for the Schnick. But it kind of works on RG Bolt. I kind of like it. An RG Bolt. It kind of works. I like it. I could show you the snake for a bit. Here. The snake version of Hypnosis looks pretty cool. I like it. Let me go advanced selection. You guys might look at a very broken Cobble for a bit. Like mega broken, by the way. Just don't worry about it, alright? It's fine. Oh. Oh my god, wait, that's Sato. Yo, let's go. Huge shoulder. Where am I? Oh, I'm back. Hi. I'm just a normal kobold, and then just like ah. Wait, let me change the model. Oh, you want to see T-pose? What the fuck? Oh shit. The horror. Oh, why am I shiny? Done. You know, like a fucking plume of smoke coming up. Heck yeah. When your friend fixes your roller skate. Ooh. There's the snake. Heck yeah. And then you see broken hands. Ooh. I messed up the hands honestly, so that's why I don't use leap motion when I'm the snake. Yeah, so originally the hypnosis is made for snake. Oh! Yeah, snake hands is very broken. Oh, that's neat. I love that. Half-headed snake. New species found. Oh, I will drink with my broken hand. Check this out. Snakeity. Snake hands. Broken snake hands. Ooh. Oh god. Oh god. I'm so jealous. And what happened? The skin of screen is perfect. I mean, if you do hypnosis and then skin and then I'll stay put, and then the snake would look really good. Just saying. just casually mentioning it. Oh. Oh wow. RGB Shiniku? Oh man, look at that. That looks cool. I love that. Pride Snake. Oh, Pride Snake, you're right. Brain crashing, oh, cute, sexy, and amazing. Oh, go get some Ippy, Ixon. Ippy, nice. We support Pride with my broken hand. Oh. Snake. How would I pronounce Pride Snake with snake? Sprite? The bright snake. I'm sorry, brain. 9999 Ixon. Schneid snake. Schneid. Oh, you ignore. Don't look at the P. I think if you try to pronounce Sprite. Sprite. Sorry, this is not that funny, but oh my god. Oh fuck. Oh yeah. I want to show what I've done today again. I'm kind of proud of these 2 emotes I've done. Let me find it. Just want to show a little bit. This is what I've done. So I've done a read sniffer. You have the mega speed one. The speed of sound sniff. And then I did one for WoW as well. Heck yeah. Overdrive. I only done this 2 today. Alright. I know I'm kind of slow on this, but I will do more, definitely. I'll do like 2 per week, if possible 3, right? If possible 3. Did you fully finish the Empire game? Nope. I think I'm still far from finishing it. So yeah, that's what I did today. Fun times. Oh, you guys want to see like a mega broken snake as well? I think I can do that. It's very easy. Just choose this one and then... think the snake shouldn't be too. Oh wait, it looks normal. Oh god! Oh god! Yeah, it doesn't look normal. Nope. Nope. There, I'm back. Oh, Shnumma. Snumma. Shnumma. Sneakies. I have the sneakies. Well, the stick still has, not me. Sneaky. Okay, I mean, that's one. I had a lot of fun today. Made no progress. Yes, Zuma. Yes. Also, did you know if you type exclamation mark SNEK, you get something in the chat? Well, it's not much, but it's something. The sneakers. Sneakers. Oh, heck yeah. Snake ditties. Oh, heck yeah. Wait, I don't know. Can't already, I don't think I need to plug my coffee anymore. Let's unpin this. Unpin this message. There we go. But I want to summon Bernie though. Well, I'm only doing this to summon Bernie, okay? Hey Bernie. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. Thank you, Bernie. Thank you, Bernie. And then I also have a Discord channel. Yeah. I'll announce my stream stuff over there. And I'll also spam dragon pictures over there if I can. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So I will say this again, right? Thank you all. Thank you all so much for helping me today. It really means a lot, like so fucking much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Alright. I know it's a bit of a fundraising for myself, right? I kinda need to pay off some things. So yeah. Thanks again. Kobo really appreciate it a lot. So yeah, I'm gonna go get some food now. I believe I said that like about half an hour before. It happens. We're gonna raid to oh yeah, we're gonna raid to a Pokemon. Yeah. So we're gonna ask for please. Oh my god. All the pets. I love pets. Thank you for the company. Of course, thanks for accompanying me as well when I do some art. Yeah, look at it. We love that loving uppies. Anyway, let me type in the raid to a certain Pokemon by the name of Eevee. I don't think I raided her before. Did I? I don't remember. Anyway, we're gonna raid. So, I'm gonna go get some food now. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and mattered. Very valuable. Combo loves y'all. Alright? And here comes the raid to Eevee. We're raiding Eevee. Oh my god. Do we need Pokeballs for this? No, we don't need that. Eevee. Eevee. Beefy? Who's Beefy? Oh yeah. Thursday. Oh, no, it's not. So let's see. So next week will be my last week. Oh shit! I'm gonna fly soon. Wait, I didn't realize. There's so many things I haven't prepared yet. Anyway, next week will be the last week I stream, and then I'm gonna travel to KL for a week, and then I'll be right back on the following week, I believe. Yeah, on December 12th I'll be back, something like that. So yeah. Thanks again all of you. Like even just staying here with me, it's already means a lot. Thank you all so much. Co-op really loves you. Okay, take care. Mwah. Bye. Take care. All the yips. We love yipping. Yip.